See it, heart face.
right, what's up, everybody? Hello, hello, good evening. Good to see you, everyone. What's up, Temporal Fry? Magpie Juju. Cat Mech, hello, hello. Beat the game, so now I can finally watch a playthrough. Very nice. Very nice. What did you think of it? And thank you so much for the 84 years. Appreciate the resub. Thank you so much, Cat Mech. And for also gifting a sub to Inatmore? 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 All of those are probably wrong. Inatmore, thank you so much. Or Catmech, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Inatmore. Inatmore, enjoy the sub. Enjoy the emotes. And the ad-free viewing. Temporal Fry having problems with Twitch notifications whenever anyone goes live. Yeah, that's just kind of Twitch. Twitch is notoriously bad about sending out notifications, even when you have everything set up on your account settings and everything correctly. It can still be a mess. It doesn't, half the time it doesn't work. That's why the best thing to do is keep up with the Discord. Most streamers rely on posting to social media like Twitter or Blue Sky or Discord communities and stuff, rather than rely on Twitch notifications, because they're just, I said, you might not have everything set up correctly, but even if you do, a lot of times they just don't work. Or you'll get the notification like an hour later. There's like a huge delay on it. Because a lot of times that's what happens with mine. I have all my notifications and everything turned on, and I'll get a notification like so-and-so is live, and then I'll actually go and check out the channel, and they've been live for like an hour and a half. It's like, okay. What's up, Shadow Noises? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Ancient Oleander. Good to see you. What's up, Vetis? Missed the last stream. Looking forward to seeing what little secret goodies CamHack has in store. Yeah, this is an interesting CamHack, because, like, first off, I don't know what to expect. I mean, you never really know what to expect with these kind of CamHack things. There's a little bit, because I've already seen, like, there's a boundary break video, and some people have done CamHacks for other parts of the game. So I've seen little bits and pieces of some, like, things that are in this. But the majority of the game, I don't know what to expect. And more than just kind of looking at the details, it's a lot of Japanese text. So going through and translating has been really interesting, because a lot of the signs and banners and things that are around the town actually have some significance towards, like, Hinako's mindset. Things, because this is a game, one of the Silent Hill games that is pretty much like 100% we're seeing Hinako's delusion. Like, we're seeing very little, if any, reality of the town, of the characters, and essentially everything that we're experiencing as a player is being projected through Hinako's subconscious. All of it is sort of seen through the lens of her mind. So being able to see a lot of those signs and banners and things and translate them, where it's all this stuff sort of enforcing the idea of like, you should have a loving mother and a stern father for a happy family, and you know, women should be into fashion, and all these magazines about looking cute and how to cook, and all these the boys magazine being all about games and adventure, and the advertisements for beer being like, you know, oh, this is beer for men and only men, that kind of weird, like all of the societal sort of expectations and standards that they lump onto gender roles. Seeing how a lot of that stuff that Hinako's very conflicted with is being projected by her into the signs and the town, and a lot of that has been really interesting. Wishing you had a zoom feature. Attention to details is really nice in this game. Yeah, just, it's a great, there's a lot of detail in the environments in general, so it's been a great experience just going through and seeing how much detail has gone into a lot of things. So it's pretty neat. Gives some more layers to the game that if you don't speak Japanese, you might not otherwise pick up. I'm not very fluent. I'm very, very beginner level when it comes to Japanese. So being able to, I'm using like Google Lens and translator apps. But then we've also got some people in chat and people who watch on YouTube who are fluent Japanese speakers who are helping confirm information and correct mistranslations and things like that as we go. Hey, what's up, Goku? Be nice if there was a first-person view. Yeah, I mean, a first-person view, a zoom feature, a photo mode. I would love those kind of things in a game. I would love it if those things were built into the game just natively without mods. And I gotta tell you, the best thing out of Chronos: The New Dawn was the fact that there is like Polish writing and stuff like that in the graffiti and the signs and the stuff in the environments, and whenever you would like point the camera towards it or aim at it, it would translate it. It would give you subtitles in English. And I'm just like, I need this feature in every game. I need this feature in every single video game out there. For all languages. Like, it would be so nice if Silent Hill F, you could point the camera towards a Japanese sign and you just get a translation at the bottom. And the same goes for like I said, every language, because there's a lot of people where like English is not their native language. And if you're playing Silent Hill 2 Remake and the notes are translated, the cutscenes are translated, but like the graffiti and stuff on the walls is not translated. And some of that is relevant, like it maybe not in a huge way, but there are still things in the environment that are not like a memo that you pick up or a thing that you interact with that still contribute towards like understanding the story, or at least add layers and context, little references and nods towards James's mindset, and kind of the truth of what happened, things like that. So if like English is not your native language, you should be able to look at the graffiti and stuff and have it translated into, you know, Spanish or German or whatever language you're playing the game in. That's a great feature. Chronos, that's like one of my favorite things about Chronos, was being able to read all the stuff without having to ask someone or pull up a translator. Would love more language immersion in games. As someone who uses games as a main tool for language learning, more features like that would be incredible, rather than pulling out phone for Google Lens so often. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because games are honestly a really good tool for language learning. When I was first learning Japanese, like the limited bit of kanji and stuff that I do know, a lot of that was from playing Japanese games or games that have some Japanese characters and things in them. Same thing like learning vocabulary. A lot of Japanese vocabulary I picked up listening to like Japanese music, watching Japanese TV. Media is a good tool for learning a language. Especially if you don't have access to like... It's obviously like you still want to try to learn through other means if you can. Have textbooks, have more like proper ways to practice things, but being able to play a game or watch a show or something that can help you immerse a little bit more than just like a regular textbook or lesson will do. And if you don't have access, like not everybody can just go to Japan and immerse themselves in the language and the culture. Not everybody can just like have a Japanese friend that you can talk to and practice with. So games and music and movies, TV, stuff like that, they can be a good supplement for people who don't have access to a lot of those ways of like immersion. So it'd be cool. It'd be cool to see more games feature stuff like that. All right. Let me adjust the volume a little bit. And we're going to jump back into Silent Hill F. And yeah. So this is day 2 of the Silent Hill F cam hack playthrough. We're currently in the Dark Shrine collecting the 3 Emma, and you may notice the frame rate is a little bit worse. Since we're mostly focusing on cam hacking and looking at assets, I went ahead and turned all the graphics and everything settings up to maximum. So my computer is struggling a little bit more to maintain like good frame rate, but it also makes the details in a lot of these textures and assets and stuff look much nicer. So I don't know, we'll see if the performance decrease is going to impact the gameplay too much. Like if it's too laggy to play, if we just can't stand it, then I can bump down settings and stuff. But it's interesting, since we're doing a lot of just pausing the game and observing stuff like this anyway. You can see there's even on the character model more depth and detail in the skin texture. More depth and detail. You can really see it on like the statue here. So we'll see if it makes a big difference. Although even on max settings there's a few textures that are kind of gross. Some of these where it's just like stretched. For the most part, though, this is unless you're really like stopping and doing what I'm doing, this is a very, very beautiful game. And even then, there's not that many textures that look like low res or out of place compared to everything else. Also, my button prompts, when I was testing stuff before the start of the stream, my button prompts are back. So apparently it's R to throw stuff away. I was struggling with that during the last stream. So there we go. We can throw our pills away now. Okay. Time to go collect the other two Emma. Actually, you know, I'm not even sure if it's necessary for me to do this. Considering I can just go over to the lock and plug the solution in. But then I would miss out on looking at all the Emma. All these little things up close. There's the turtle I need. I wonder, is this actually... does. You take the camera behind it before you flip it over. You can see the symbol. Tell which one you need. I guess they all have symbols. It's more about finding the correct one. Weird that that one is like faint compared to the others. All the faded Emma after you get the correct one. The poor blurry chunky cat. Hey, what's up, Tassadul? Little known fact about this game, it's based in Japan, which is a country in Asia. Thank you for the amazing insight. Try to be sure to include all that information. When I do the story playthrough.
よし、じゃあお前を試そう。
Supposedly there's fox imagery in the game too. Maybe. We should ask this guy. I love the grinning fox imagery. The fox statues are Inari-samas. That's just what that looks like to me. That's the noise that comes to mind that the statue evokes. Yeah, they're just silly little guys.
See a fart face.
Meep. Meep, welcome back. Thank you so much for 104 months. That is a lot of months. Thank you so much, Meep. Thank you, thank you. The way your dog looks at you when he wants you to throw the ball, but also refuses to drop it. The duality of dog. Just kind of look outside the bounds a little bit. Things don't really extend too far out past what you can actually access, but kind of cool. Just kind of cool to look at. All the Hokora are the same. It'd be interesting if some of the Hokora are like slightly different. Little different Inari statue in them or something. Little different arrangement on the ropes and bells. Just kind of teleport in here if we really wanted to, but like I said, sequence breaking in this game with this mod. I tested a little bit of it a few days ago. The game really doesn't like it. I had a lot of situations where it broke the game and it doesn't like revert whenever you save. Like if you save and load.
いない。
Where did he go?
受け取ってもらえて嬉しい。淡雪の紅玉より削り出して作った君のための鍵だ。
私のために。
その鍵を稲荷像に。
And he's gone. Silhouette shadow of it back there. Oh, I didn't really get a good look around this place after everything turns all crazy and red. Whoa, is there just like floating lanterns over here? Or is that something not loading in right? That's weird. Really cool looking. I wonder if this area is closed off during this segment? Like, are you not supposed to be over here to see that? Because it looks like those are the lanterns just kind of from around. They're all kind of doing the same thing here, too. I thought maybe it just moved all of the lanterns over there. But the other ones are still in place. That seems like it might be an intentional thing. I don't know. It's so weird. Ugh. Nice eyeballs. Yeah, I really don't get too much opportunity to look around. Since you're on a time limit. Oof, that is bright. Some of this lighting might be a little bit different than what I'm used to seeing because the visuals are different. Like, I've got higher graphic settings right now compared to what I was using for the previous stream. Apparently I broke the AI. Teleporting around, but I can push him. That's fun. I'm gonna scoot you over this way. Because I can. cutscene still activated. I was like, please tell me my little bit of teleporting around there didn't soft lock the game. Because a lot of times when stuff starts breaking like that, in my testing, it would usually mean that like a cutscene won't trigger or
先ほ
like
ど
an
の
event
扉
won't
は客
happen,
人を招くためのものだ。
and then your save file is basically just broken. You have to
こ
start
ちらの
the
扉
game
は聖
over.
域へ入ることを許された者にしか開かれない。
私は入っていいの？
もちろんだとも。君を招くために今日がある。まだ少し歩かねばならないが、しばし休もうか。
大丈夫です。
疲れたらすぐに言いなさい。では行こうか。
ひなこ、しっかりしろ。返事をしろ。
I love this scene with the bunny ears. The fact that they took it into consideration and had the bunny ears on the ground, and then they're just on when she sits up.
お前は簡単に死ぬようなやつじゃないよな。
シュウはまだ生きてる。
サクコは無事だよな。
Yep, we're definitely gonna cam hack and look under there.
一体どうなってんだ。街から誰もいなくなってる。これは悪い夢なのか。
どこに行っても化け物しかいない。悪夢以外の何者でもないな。
だとしても幸運だったよ。この世界に残ったのが2人だとして、そのもう1人がお前で嬉しいよ、相棒。
リンコは？
俺はあいつに話があるって言われただけで別にその。
リンコは無事なのか？一緒に逃げたんじゃないのか？
悪い。俺も混乱してたみたいだ。あの時はみんなバラバラに逃げた。俺もリンコの姿は見てない。
こんな状況でリンコはどこへ？
自分の家か。行ってみようぜ、相棒。
シュウ。
どうした？早く来ないと置いてくぜ。
Sorry, Shu.
よし。
You go on
し
ahead.
っかりしないと。
I'm going to be way behind you while we look at everything. Love how many streamers I've seen get baited by Shu disappearing, thinking Hinako will be all alone. I mean, they really do sort of set it up that way, don't they? They really make it seem like that's kind of gonna be what happens.
ごめん。も
And
う
it's
行
like,
かな
nope,
き
there
ゃ。
he is. Rinko's feet sticking out, or Sakuko, not Rinko. The blood mark, like scuff on her shoe and sock there. Under the sheet. Nothing. We just got some feet. Just feet sticking out. The socks. It just goes up as far as the socks. Makes sense. You wouldn't need to have the model there. Bloober Team does a similar thing with Mary's body in Car at the start of Silent Hill 2 Remake, where it's like just kind of the blanket in the shape of a body. You don't actually have to render the body out underneath it. Yeah, Sakuko's fine. She just left behind her socks and shoes. God, I wish I had more light. Or inside the candy store here. We can see like some of this stuff. Soda powder, all the little candies and toys and things. But it's so dark. Model planes. That's Roboco in there? True. Good old Roboco. It's eerie not seeing anyone around. Get rid of the button prompt. Do not enter sign. Fire warning. Tree going right through the blurry billboard. Message board. Normally you don't ever really get over here, do you? Yeah, so this is all just excess out of bounds. Hey, Jaro Kingu. In the store, the things I was looking at, balloons and toy. Ramune. I can read this one. Drank enough of this over the course of my life, and it even kind of resembles the way it looks on the bottles. Like even the modern Ramune bottles. Like that red with the outline and the blue with the little bubbles. Ramune. I'm always so proud of myself when there's Something I don't have to Google Lens. Biru. Not sure about the sign on the left. I think we looked at this one last time. One on the right is Biru. Oh, is that shochu? Okay. Yeah, I've had shochu. I just can't read the kanji for it. That was tabako. Tobacco. Dango. Specialty dango. Dango are so good. Yakisoba. Man, this game's making me hungry. All the snacks, all the signs for food. Some yakisoba and dango. I'll be set. Biru. More of the parody Orobitan A. Looks like a bunch of repeated signs. The Ramune, Biru, Yakisoba. So this is just kind of like all the restaurants and shops. But it's also a lot of snacks and things that some of them are like items like the Ramune stationery store. But a lot of them are snacks and things that Hinako and her friends actually probably ate. Most likely ate, and then some of them, like Ramune, items that you actually use in the game. The fact that they incorporate the snacks and things as the healing items. Clearly because of the snacks. This is Eddie's manifestation showing up in James's world. Wait, wrong game. I mean, who knows? Maybe Eddie time traveled to 1950s, 60s Japan. Obiru. That's our Phoenix beer. Now we're starting to see a lot of repeats on the signs. Some of these are the same ones we just looked at again. Got your tobacco and alcohol and yakisoba. Ooh, performance a little choppy here. If you notice the frame rate is a little bit lower, or the game seems a little bit choppier than usual, that's because I turned the graphics settings and stuff up to max. Since most of the time we're just pausing the game and looking around with the camera like this anyway. So look how much nicer those like water reflections and things are. This is probably what's causing the lag. Is this big reflective puddle of water with an enemy moving around it. Multiple character models and reflections and lighting. There's the seal of approval. Snacks. You're eating pizza while watching? Nice, Jado Kingu. Ramune. Marble actually in there? It is. This game does look stunning at times. Yeah, Clappy-kun.
あの化け物もういないよね。
Visually, like, this is a beautiful, beautiful game. They really, really nailed just, I mean, and again, when you compare to actual images and things of Kanayama, like how accurately they created Ebisugaoka, like, based on it. It's very realistic in terms of all the visuals, but then incorporating all the higambana, all the creepier horror elements. Like, they're going for that beauty and horror. Like, they said it over and over. And,
どこに置いとくなんて。
perfectly nailed that aesthetic. I have to head back and catch up with Shu. Says who? What am I using? Serpent, mantis, swordfish. Okay, we do have otter. We do have otter. Ready equipped. I can start repairing things. Dead end here until the truck gets knocked over. Oh, here's that one. Yeah, so like, before I examine it, just looking at this. Ho'obiru. Ho'obiru is what it says on the bottom. We saw another ad for Ho'obiru. That's the like Phoenix beer. Yeah, and then the text up at the top. Drink if you are a man. Otoko nara no me. Thank you, Jado Kingu. Drink if you are a man is what the machine translation gives me. But then when you actually examine this one, it's Otori. Real men drink Otori beer. Why would they change Ho'o to Otori? Like, I wonder if that is significant in some way? Because Phoenix, whole, as opposed to Otori, which it's funny, I'm trying to look it up and it pulls up this same thing from Silent Hill F. I guess Otori could still be like sacred bird, like Tori, Otori, sort of like Oinari. O is sometimes written as O in Englishified words like Otsuka, Otori, big bird. Yeah. So it'd be more of like an O, elongated O, rather than OH. But even still, Otori, big bird, rather than Ho'o for phoenix. But I wonder why it wouldn't subtitle that or change it more directly. Is it the same? I wonder. Wow, there are a lot of languages included.
What?
So this actually says it as ho'obiru when you change to the Japanese subtitles. So it's only for English that they change it to otori. Oh no. Oh no. Now I have to translate my menus. Language. I think it might be a reminder of her dad being an alcoholic and relating the woman in the advert to her mother. Still serving him even though he's an alcoholic. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the implication, is like all the men are being sort of driven by expectation of society to, like, if you're a real man, you drink beer. And it's like, if you're trying to abide by that, like, a lot of men are going to become alcoholics, similar to Hinako's father. But it's also, you know, a woman in like a swimsuit. So you've got the objectification, the sort of expectation of women to be pretty, to, you know, advertise things, to sell things. And then, yeah, kind of the fact that it's not saying like, oh, this is a woman drinking her big beer. It's saying if you're a manly man, you like this. You like beer and women like this. So it's still relevant. Still relevant to Hinako. You good? You get stuck on a plant? Okay. She got stuck on a plant. Happens to the best of us. Well, someone's been collecting mushrooms. I like how we've seen a bunch of these, like, growing in the environment, and then, like, a basket full of them. People are harvesting them. Obiru. Postage stamps. tobacco stationery store. Lots of tobacco and stationery stores. Every store in Ebisukaoka, they've got cigarettes and paper. Yeah, it's just a lot of repeated assets, but they are spread out fairly well. That's salt, which we saw. Some of the other stores. You asked Keiko about the smudged writing and she couldn't read it? That's alright. I appreciate you and her for trying. But I figured a lot of that would be too blurry, too smudged to actually make out. Next. It's interesting because I never really considered how scary that is, losing your last name. Even in the best circumstances where you love your husband and want to be close to him by having his name. It's strange that you have a different name that you've had your whole life prior. Yeah. When Rachel and I got married, we kept our names. We kept her name. Because you don't actually have to change it. Not like required by law or anything. At least not here. I guess it's different from place to place, culture to culture. But in the United States, you don't have to actually change your name. You can still be legally married. And changing your name is a huge, huge, huge pain in the ass. Which is a big part of why we didn't do it. First of all, it costs money. You can't just change your name for free. It's not like included with the marriage license. So you have to spend money on it. And it's a lot of time. It's a lot of effort going and proving to a court and like everything like that for the name change. It's a lot of paperwork, a lot of stuff you have to fill out. And then you have to go through the process of changing literally everything that is in your life. Like the car title, the mortgage on the house, the bank accounts, like everything. Absolutely everything. You have to go through the process of changing information for like every last thing, every single account that your name is associated with. And when Rachel and I got married, we were just like, yeah, the name thing is not that important to us. We love each other. We have the legal recognition of, you know, being married. That's what matters to us. We don't care about the name thing. Our families don't care about the name thing. So, yeah, we just didn't even bother. We just kept our names. Make sure there's not like a face hiding in the scarecrow or something. We are officially out of inventory space. Drink some ramune. Oh, disappearing scarecrow. Possible for me to manipulate the scarecrow with the cam hack? Because it seems like it is affected by the camera, like when you're facing it or not facing it. Oh. Yeah, look at that. Even when the cam hack is applied, it functions off camera. There it is again. Comes back. Do we believe this is just a glitch? At this point, I think it's intentional. Because if this was a glitch, I feel like we would see it happening with other assets. If it was just a glitch of like things colliding and then disappearing, like this feels like an intentional thing to start making you jumpy about the scarecrows before introducing the actual Ayakakashi. Where you're kind of second guessing if you're seeing scarecrows and then you like turn your camera away and turn back like, wasn't there a scarecrow there? Because we're leading up to the rice fields where they introduced the scarecrows. So it feels like they're setting up a little scare for that, a little subtle scare. By having it appear and disappear. No, it's always in that same position. It's not like facing Hinako. It's always like this way. I don't know why I'm running up to items like I've got inventory space. I guess I can... I mean, there's not really any reason to enshrine stuff anymore. Other than to make room for inventory. I do still need to find the last Emma. There's one more Emma that I didn't collect. I'm not sure where it is. Not in there.
シュウいるか？
なんだ相棒。
今のこの状況、いつまでも重戦
Oh,
争
Katsy.
ごっこをしていたい。
I'm sorry I missed that earlier, Katsy. Thank you so much for the 65 months. Welcome
夢の
back.
中ってことはないよ
The
な。
Prime sub. Sorry that took me so long.
だったら互いの頬をつねり合ってみるか。
いや、自分の方法くらい自分でつねれる。
Thank you so much, Cats.
残念だが夢じゃないみたいだな。
There's a strange sound like he pulled out a hair, but he has no damn hair. Maybe Adult Shoe has a beard. Maybe... Oh, that would be a nice, subtle, like, hint at him not looking in real life the way that he looks in Hinako's mind. If he touched his face and you can hear, like, beard hair, beard stubble, indicating that he's not actually smooth-faced like he was as a student. You hear him pull one out? It doesn't sound like pulling a hair out to me. It sounds like it's just the skin kind of slipping around his fingers, like rough skin on skin. I don't think it's like an intentional thing, Jado Kingu, but I don't know, I could be wrong. Yeah, same Kari-sama. It sounds like a cheek pinch. And they, like, normally if you pinch your own cheek, you're not going to hear too much of a sound. And they wanted to kind of emphasize it with a sound effect. For the sake of cinematography, for the sake of the game. Yeah, I feel like if it was an intentional, like, there's facial hair but we don't see it, it would be indicated a little bit differently. Even if they were trying to keep it somewhat subtle. Sounded more like ripping tape. Yeah. It's a little bit of an exaggerated sound effect, but I think it's just supposed to be skin on skin. Why would it sound like that if you're smooth? Because again, it's not meant to be realistic. Like for movies and video games and media of all sorts, they always add sound effects to actions to emphasize them. Things that wouldn't normally make a sound effect. Like if you were smooth-faced and pinched your cheek, there wouldn't naturally be much of a sound there, but that would make the scene feel very boring. So sound effects are added to exaggerate the motion, the action that you're seeing. So I think it's a very exaggerated skin-on-skin sound, just so that it drives home the idea of him pinching himself. It's just emphasizing the motion, the visual action. Go away. The Kashimashi in the rice fields. Wonder if they are sort of like just hanging out underground. The ones that sort of like pop up, or if they're just laying in the grass. Nidar, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. I want to try to get one mid-jump. Do the big jumpies. The big jumpies. Such beauty, such grace. Pion pion. Oh, a little better look at the feet. Oh yeah, that is messed up looking. It's not just fox feet. They are like, it is like foot binding. Yeah, oh, you can see the nails on this side. They almost look like hands. Yeah, they're like hands. Kind of like a cross between messed up hands and foot binding. Forcing something that is clearly not a fox paw to look like a fox paw. Which again is perfect as like a visual allegory, as like thematically. The same way Hinako is like forcing herself to become part of this family she doesn't want to be a part of, going through with this wedding. The same way that's represented with Hinako getting the fox arm and the mask and everything. But represented in the creatures as well. Forcing something that is not fox-like to look like a fox paw. Oh, and there's a good shot of the face. The holes and texture for whenever they're faceless, the same way Bride Hinako looks. Because when you fight these, their faces can fall off and reveal that. So they have to have that texture kind of like always there. Actual hands are messed up too. Great enemy design. Normally, like with monster designs, especially in Silent Hill games, I prefer non-humanoid. I prefer when things are like harder to tell what they are, that they don't just sort of look like a deformed human. This game manages to do a lot of the deformed human stuff and still make it really, really creepy. Because most of the time when you do just sort of like a deformed human, like, oh, it looks like a mannequin, oh, it looks like a doll, you know, it's just a guy with a scary face. Downpour. I always call out Downpour's monster design for the screamers. I always just call them dirty ladies, because it just looks like a dirty lady with long fingernails. You know, they're very kind of generic, boring humanoid creatures. This game manages to do some legit body horror with its creature designs. Like, they're humanoid, but they're still, when you, especially looking at them up close, how deformed and messed up they actually look. And then just like the coloring on it, they're not just like dirty or bloody. They look bruised and like rotting in parts, and the skin's like folding and falling off in other parts, with the cuts and gashes and everything else. In some parts, the skin like sticking to itself, these little strands of like flesh and goop between the fingers. Yeah, the knife looks like it's sort of merged with the hand. The fingers and everything look melted. The feet are all like chopped and folded and crushed into box paws. Creepy, creepy. Great enemy design. Does look a little like cigarette burns. Can definitely see that. Temporal Fry says, my take on this creature, woman bound, binded, bent into shape, contorted into a roll, and even worse, beaten and bleeding, echoing their abuser since they hold the same knife, since the knife represents Hinako's father. Say that's a fair interpretation. For me, the idea that they are puppet-like or mannequin-like also implies that they are not in control of themselves, that they are controlled by someone else. And when you fight the ones later that show up with Drum Chungus in the Dark Shrine, they are literally puppets on strings, being controlled by the large Ara Abare, the drum variation of it. Which represents Hinako's father, and just the men in Ebisugaoka in general. Because remember, for Hinako, she views everyone in the town the same as her parents. She's like, all the men are drunk and abusive, all the women are subservient, and, you know, she doesn't want to end up like that. It's a part of the root of her fears. Home run. I like the different variations of these as well. How they all have the different haircuts. They're not just the same repeated creature. They've got varying levels of like flower growth on them. The markings on the bodies are not the same. Some are a little more discolored in different ways. They dissolve so fast. Keep wanting to see this dissolve effect a little bit closer. Don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Interesting that there's like things on the rope all the way out here you would never see. Oh. Perfect shot there of without the face. And then when the face actually appears. That's cool. It's like right at the perfect rendering distance. That's cool. Kind of looks like a morel. Oh, it does. It is very mushroom-like, and we've been seeing lots of mushrooms and things in the environment as well. Still sticking with the, like, plant sort of overgrowth theme, but a little different from flowers, which is kind of the main focus. Some sort of poster here that's like ripped away. Pedro Pascal to play Harry Mason confirmed. You know, I wouldn't hate that. Blooper, please don't do that. I think it wouldn't be my first pick, but I said I don't think I would hate it. Javier Bardem is Harry. Get them taters. Some good looking taters. High-res potato thumbnail shot. I've already got my thumbnail for the first part from last night's stream up, where it's the close-up of Kotoyuki, and I've gotta play the game on YouTube. I've got to try and get the algorithm to pick shit up, otherwise nobody sees it. So I did like, what's under the mask, with the little red arrow pointing at his face. That'll be the thumbnail for this one. It'll just say, "What's taters, precious?" with a red arrow pointing at the potatoes. Okay. Okay. Getting sword? No, even better. This is one of the main things that I wanted to do the cam hack on New Game Plus for. The Sakuko Shrine Maiden Kagura dance. We can actually go in to the shrine. And it's her. It's not just like a dummy model doing the silhouette. It's actually her. Because there's a lot of ways you could fake this effect without just spawning the model in with a light source. There's a lot of more resource conservative methods to do this little silhouette effect. But yeah, it's actually her. It's actually Boss Sakuko, like doing the whole thing. Oh man, and we can look at this up close a little more too. The stuff in her hair, I feel like it's supposed to be her scalp, like her skin flaking off and like from the top of her head getting stuck in her hair. Can we watch her dance in motion from inside? We can. We absolutely can. And we will. Oh, Sakuko's butt. The monster butt. Sandals. Oh, the fingernails. Dude, look at all the detail on the weapon, too. There's the bells in the base of it. Okay. Let's watch Sakuko's Kagura dance from right here. Oh. Oh, cool. And that's the explosion effect. Oh, what? And then she's still there? Oh, but the light source is gone. She actually stays for a second longer. Because after the explosion, that's like the last thing you see normally from the outside. Her model actually stays and like doesn't last little animation there that doesn't show up on the silhouette. That's really cool. As said, there's a lot of different ways they could have done this effect. That's really cool to see. They just like drop a light source in and just have the model there. Really, really cool. And just in general, I'll do a little out of boundsing. Uh-oh. I may have made a mistake. I wanted to see if we could walk around on the inside of the shrine. The floor does not have collision. The floor does not have collision. So Hinako has to stay out here. Cameras only. Floating cameras only. See, this brings me back to something that I was talking about 3-4 months ago when I was doing the Silent Hill 2 remake cam hack, where we teleported James out of bounds to a lot of different places, and I was always surprised. I was like, wow, the ground has collision. These objects have collision, even though you would never be able to like walk on them normally or interact with them normally. I was always surprised at how I would teleport James somewhere way out of bounds and he would just still walk on something or bump into something. Because most of the time, if something's out of bounds, it's done like this, where it's like you wouldn't bother programming collision in for an area that the player's never supposed to be in. This is more what I was expecting from Silent Hill 2 Remake, where you would just teleport out of bounds and just fall right through everything. Like let's see, the shrine might have some sort of collision programmed into it. Nope. Nothing over here has collision. Oops. Item prompt. Go away button prompt. Nub, do you think there's a connection between the shrine ropes with the white ties and the ropes with the white ties in the Ayakakashi field? I mean, this is just sort of like the ropes and these tassels and charms, like fairly traditional temple decoration. Forget all the like there's a word for it. Well, we're climbing the mountain to draw a connection. I don't know if there would be an intentional connection between that. There could be, because the rope that I looked at in the Ayakakashi field was again way out of bounds, where you're not supposed to even see anything. Like, you're not supposed to go over there. So I feel like it's just kind of asset placement. There's a lot more to this, too. How much they actually put in these environments just to kind of be backdrop. You can barely even see from the normal perspective, or not see at all. These little stone markers. But that was cool. I really wanted to see that the Kagura dance, see how that scene was put together. Even better than expected. The model itself is actually there. What a vast area. Yeah, my first playthrough, my first few playthroughs, I thought that like this would open up at some point. I figured this would be some like New Game Plus thing where this actually opens up and you can go in there and like there would be something more involved. Because this seems like such an intricately designed place. And you never have to go here. This is an entirely optional area. You never have to come up here. You never have to see that, which only shows up in New Game Plus anyway, the Kagoda dance. There's like the key. You get Sakuko's mailbox key for an optional note. But otherwise, there's nothing that like forces you to come over here. But there's so much detail in it. It seems like it was going to be a more important area. Maybe it was at some point in the game's development. I mean, sometimes they design these with like a locations with like a bigger role in mind. And then the, you know, stuff gets cut from the game. Because they do kind of make a big deal of like, we got to go to the middle school, but first, before that, it's like, we got to go to Rinko's house. And then it's like, we got to get to Shu's house. So I wonder if at some point, it was like, now we have to go to Sakuko's shrine. Because this seems like it was going to be like a whole thing. And now it's just sort of like an optional area. Because in the Dark Shrine, you get variations of all of those places. You get the Dark Shrine version of like Shu's house. Speaking of. You get the Dark Shrine area version of like Shu's house and Rinko's house. And Sakuko. Like little portions of their house, of their rooms. Can he see me? He's looking right at me. Yeah, possibly something that got cut for time. Let me see. I think I can duplicate the pair of shoes glitch. You just have to, like, swing your weapon to get into this cutscene trigger. Oh, maybe not. Didn't happen this time.
ごめん、ぼんやりしてた。
ここ、サクコの家の神社だよな。
うん。
あんまり思い詰めるな。急いでリンコを探そう。
そうだな。行こう。
His shoes are pristine. Shoes. Whose shoes would you choose? Hinako's shoes or Shu's shoes? Somebody got frustrated with me in the YouTube comments. Because they're like, why do you keep calling Shu Shukun? You don't call Hinako Hinako-chan. And I'm like, well, Hinako doesn't sound like an English word. Neither does Sakuko. Neither does Rinko. But Shu just sounds like I'm saying shoe. S-H-O-E. so it felt a bit more natural. Also, just short names, short Japanese names in general like that. That wasn't me. That was me. I wasn't frustrated, just curious. Not your comment, Jado Kingu. There was somebody else. There was a different commenter who felt the same way. But yeah, I don't know. Something about shorter, like one-syllable Japanese names like that makes me want to add the honorific to it. And it helps distinguish when I'm saying shu, S-H-U, versus shu, S-H-O-E. Nub-kun. Nabu-kun. Nabu-kun. Nabu-sensei. Did you know kun can also be used for girls? Yes, but it's like pretty rare. I never really see kun used for girls very often. It's usually like chan for younger or familiar, san for polite, and more formal. Also, I've got a sword. Usually if kun's used for a girl, it's by their boss. Because chan can be unprofessional. San is the more common. Yeah. That's typically what I've heard san used in that scenario. But kun makes sense as well. Girls only want one thing: swords. Dude, everybody wants swords. Nobody can deny how cool a sword is. It's universally accepted. Look at the beautiful tie on that. When I was younger, I used to collect swords and knives and stuff. Not just like Japanese either, like all kinds. I'd basically just go to like Renaissance fairs and buy up a bunch of cool looking swords and knives and things. And I've had a few katana, but this one's real nice. Real nice. Her bunny tail is getting dirty. I think that might be just because I changed the graphic settings. Makes it look a little bit different. A little bit darker. Because when I changed the graphic settings, because we were playing on medium yesterday, and today I've got it on like maxed out highest graphic settings, which is why the frame rate's a little bit poopy, but honestly, I don't care, considering most of the time we're looking at a single frame. We're just looking at the environment while it's not animated anyway. So I'd rather see better fidelity in the textures and the lighting and the reflections and stuff. Then, you know, I'm willing to take a 10, 15 FPS hit or whatever. At least for now. If it gets to a point where something is too laggy and it's unplayable, I'll have to bump stuff back down, but right now it's fine. It's choppy, but it's playable. Check out Alien movie poster. Good point. Remembering how to get to it. Keep hitting the wrong things. Believe the Alien movies are also spoofs. Someone told me about one looking similar to a real poster, but I can't remember the real movie now. If I find it, I'll message on Discord. Oh yeah. That would be a cool thing if you know for sure. Because even going all the way back to like Silent Hill 1, that's been a thing. Silent Hill 1 in the Midwich library, you can find... Well, Silent Hill 1's got the theater that's got Shoot and Crusher Dan, the like movie posters for their spoof version of Raiders of the Lost Ark and Die Hard 2. That's just using assets from those covers, slightly edited. But there's also like a movie poster in the library in Midwich that's like, she came from planet Vulcan or something like that. And it's like an old, you know, sci-fi movie. That style of like, you know, Attack of the 50-Foot Woman type of thing. Weird. A brief introduction to the universe. 1. That's the machine translation of the text on the left. Top right text says all natural color. So it's like filmed in color, like color film. It's not a black and white movie. All natural color, bizarre cosmic invasion. And then it keeps changing the translation when I try to get it. As they take over people's bodies and invade them secretly. Yeah, it's in Technicolor. This might be a little too blurry for machine translation. Yep. Google Lens is like, can't read that. See, that's not too blurry. Somebody who's more fluent might be able to make out the text here at the bottom. This is one of the ones that the Google Lens just won't translate. All the little UFOs. Mothership up at the top. It's a great poster. I love the UFO posters. The Great Space Invasion. Now in brilliant color, the Great Space Invasion. Experience terror like never before with the invasion of the body-snatching aliens. That's roughly what the translation was. Now in brilliant color. There they are. Oh, that's right! This is my first time getting to use this. This was something that I learned was in the game, but I hadn't actually experienced it myself yet. The PP-8001. We got the PP. And for anybody who doesn't recognize what this weapon is, it's a little different. Oh, I love the like bright blue and orange buttons on it. It's a little bit different. But this is the Beam Saber. This is an unlockable weapon from Silent Hill 3. This is a New Game Plus weapon in Silent Hill 3, the Beam Saber. No, not Princess Heart. Not Princess Heart. Now, the Beam Saber in Silent Hill 3 has a little different design on the hilt. It's like cheetah print. Or leopard spot. It's like cat print on it. This is more of a traditional like katana style. But it's absolutely a Silent Hill 3 Beam Saber. The PP-8001. Prototype melee weapon for the Space Army. Its effective range changes to match the wielder's experience on the battlefield. The flashing plasma blade makes it popular and the epitome of cool. Yeah, the hilt, the guard on it does look like a UFO. Boom. We're beam sabered out. Oh, and it's got a moveset like the cursed sword. Yeah, we've got 5 whole weapons now. The sound effect. Oh, that's a little different animation. I think. No, it is the same. It's the same moveset as the cursed sword. Missed the PP. I'll get it first time on my next run. Yeah, you just have to get the UFO ending, and then on a follow-up playthrough after getting the UFO ending, examine any of the posters. It doesn't have to be this one. This is just like the earliest one you can see, I think. But as long as you examine a poster, you'll get it. Hey, Softboy Josh says try the focus attack. Oh, shit. It goes from green to red? That's insane. I'm assuming that does like more damage, and then it goes back to green. That's actually kind of amazing. That's sick. It continues to impress. That's really cool. Really cool. Kills your sanity meter. Focus and stuff kills your sanity meter, but it's fine. We have all of the Ramune and divine water we can handle. We'll be fine. Oh, we're using this. Yeah, as far as like it changes with your experience, I know I can't remember exactly how it works. Because, again, this is my first time using it myself. But I've seen people, you know, show it off and talk about it. Supposedly based on ending count? Oops, I always forget about you. More endings is a stronger blade. That would be interesting. So technically, this should be like all 5 endings. Because UFO was the last one that I unlocked. Kind of like Hyperspray in OG Silent Hill 2. Well, that was not based on your ending count. That was based on your ranking at the end of the previous playthrough. So if you had a 10-star rank on your previous playthrough, your next playthrough you would have green Hyperspray, the strongest Hyperspray. The Hyper Blaster in Silent Hill 1 also works like that, where it's based on the rank that you get. But since you don't get a ranking at the end of Silent Hill F, it makes sense that they would have it based on just how many endings you've cleared. Oops. Nice. Chocolate. What did you do in this playthrough to get the lightsaber? Seems like inspecting the poster would be part of the UFO ending. The first time you're going for UFO ending, examining the poster is part of getting that ending. After you've already gotten the UFO ending at least once, you just examine the poster, any of the UFO posters, and it gives you the lightsaber. So you just have to have already gotten the UFO ending on a previous playthrough. If you have less endings, the blade is actually shorter. Interesting. So is 5... Oh, look, you can actually see like segments on it. It's like the toy lightsabers. It is like a toy lightsaber. It's got like the collapsible sections. I literally have a lightsaber, a toy lightsaber that's just like this, where the sections like collapse down into the hilt. That's great. How long can it get? Well, as said, this playthrough is on a file that's got all 5 endings, with UFO being the last one completed. So like, I assume this is the longest. It might be able to keep going beyond 5 though. I guess we'll find out. Oh, this is the longest? It just goes into the 3 sections? Okay. I wasn't sure if there was like, if it should be 5 sections or something. There's Shu. He starts yelling at us from here. Can he even see us from here? How do you know I'm here? I guess maybe he hears her when she talks to herself and says disgusting.
They
really didn't count on the player actually looking at Shu during the scene. He doesn't animate. He's just idle posed over here. Five sections would be like a light Odachi at that point. I'm fine with that. The beam saber in Silent Hill 3 gets pretty damn big. Because that's based on your previous game ranking as well. So if you get like a 10-star rank and unlock the beam saber in Silent Hill 3, it's very big. One of those weapons I don't really use a whole lot in Silent Hill 3. It looks cool, but practically it's not a very good weapon because there's a very long animation when you actually equip it and ready it. Because you ready it and Heather like puts her hand out and then you have to wait for the animation for the beam to actually come all the way out from the hilt. And then she goes back into her ready stance, and then you're able to swing. And that couple of seconds of animation is all it takes for something to just walk up and hit you and interrupt the animation. Can you explain why Heather is Cheryl in Dead by Daylight? It's spoilers for Silent Hill 3. Kind of. If you're okay with that. Again, we don't have Sadako hiding in the well. You're okay with it? So, Heather is a reincarnation of Alessa after her soul was reunited with Cheryl. So in Silent Hill 1, we start with Alessa Gillespie. When Alessa is 7 years old, she's undergoing a ritual. She splits her soul in half to prevent that ritual from being completed. And the other half of her soul that splits off from her turns into a newborn baby. Harry Mason finds that baby and raises that baby as his own daughter with his wife. They name that baby Cheryl. So then 7 years after that is the events of Silent Hill 1, where Cheryl is brought back to Silent Hill by Harry. Her soul becomes reunited with Alessa. And a god is birthed from Alessa. Harry kills it, and Alessa dies in the process. But because Alessa is able to, like, reincarnate herself, she basically reincarnates her soul into a newborn baby and gives that to Harry at the end of Silent Hill 1. And Harry names that baby Cheryl, just like the first baby, when it was just half of the soul. So he raises Cheryl, and before the events of Silent Hill 3, when when Cheryl is still fairly young, the cultists from Silent Hill track down Harry and Cheryl and try to kidnap Cheryl. And Harry actually shoots and kills the cultist who is trying to kidnap her. So they kind of go into, like, witness protection after that. And to try to protect her, they change Cheryl's name to Heather after that incident. After the events of Silent Hill 3, at the very end of Silent Hill 3, Heather is talking to Douglas Cartland, a detective who had been helping her out. And Heather tells Douglas, like, I'm going to go back to using my real name, the name that my father gave me, out of respect for Harry, because Harry dies in Silent Hill 3. So at the end of Silent Hill 3, Cheryl goes back to being called Cheryl. She is no longer Heather. She doesn't have to hide anymore. So she just calls herself Cheryl again. So Dead by Daylight is... I forget. I read the DVD lore when the chapter came out. I think it's like 2 years after Silent Hill 3, where Heather is 19 or 20. But it's after the events of Silent Hill 3, where she's already gone back to using her name given to her by Harry. She's gone back to going by Cheryl. Chongus. Ooh, the frame rate. Knife Tungus. Knife Tungulus. Big Chongus. Love the like branch of Sakura blossoms sprouting out from the shoulder. I love the use of like lots of different kinds of plants and flowers. It's not just the Higambana. Can't wait for the parents fight to get a good look at their models. Yeah, a lot of the boss fights, that one in particular, there's a lot of cool stuff I'm looking forward to. Oh, and you can see the mouth if you zoom into the tummy. You can see the tongue and the teeth. Yeah, it is. It's like intestines spilling out of it. Swollen like stomach hanging outside. That is straight up just like an octopus tentacle. Got little suckers and stuff on it too. Which, if we're tying this back into how these are reflective of like Hinako's father being a fisherman, having octopus or squid-like attributes kind of makes sense. Blech. Look at all this spittle. Blech. Actual footage of me at the dentist. It's about how good my teeth look. Dark side, motherfucker. Is he dead? He's dead already? Damn. Knife Chongus. Oh, the feet. Weird little bony feet. Everything fat except the toes. Take that. Actually, we'll better look at it coming back to life. Did my beam saber get shorter? Storehouse key. Ancient looking key might unlock the storehouse.
Yes.
It did. What caused it to go down to... PP got smaller. Yeah, PP got smaller. Is that health based? Oh, durability. Of course. Why would I assume... Why would I assume that the crazy fun New Game Plus laser sword would not have durability? Of course it has durability. Gotcha. Also, did I just iframe that grab attack by changing weapons? Apparently it doesn't break, but it gets shorter with low durability. Oh, see, now we use the sword, so it actually just dies for real. Remember, folks, use your PP too much and it will get shorter. Good life advice.
Hinako! Kura no mono da!
Don't tell me to hurry, Shu. I'm looking at stuff. assume the PP lengthens after a rest. I'm sure we could just ask Shukun for like some pills. I bet he's got some PP pills. He's got pills for like everything.
Daijoubu ka?
なんとかな。
よかった。純子さんに頼まれたんだ。何があってもお前を守れってな。
お姉ちゃんが？
ずいぶん前の話さ。さあ、行こうぜ。
行こう。
Shoo, wait. I need PP enlarging pills. My reaction to that information. That face. Here he goes. How fast he is. That boy's got boosters. Oh my god! This is Double Shoe. So when we get through the scarecrow thing, we're in front of Rinko's house. Over here. And I'm always like, oh hey look, there's another Shoe standing in the fog over there. And I was like wondering if it was an intentional thing. Because you see Shoe standing over here in front of Rinko's house. But then you can turn around and see him over here in the fog. They forgot to remove his model when he's like right here. I don't think that's an intentional thing. Because this is where the other Shoe is. See, doesn't it sound stupid? I feel like making myself not call him Shukun. Shukun makes it sound like a name and not a shoe. The Forgotten Shoe. Oh, this is the Japanese seasonings again. Like, I know we saw this one before. The seasoning parody. Much blurry writing. I was hoping when I turned up the graphics and stuff that maybe some of these posters, the blurry posters, would be like slightly more clear, a little bit higher resolution texture, but no such luck. This is kind of cool to see with the cam hack, being able to tell how close you are to Rinko's house at this point, and how like nonsensical the whole scarecrow field puzzle is, being lost in this field where you can literally see the house from where they're at.
前が泣くとこが想像できないぜ。
And somehow you get lost in these like endless
随
fields
分長いこと
in this tiny
泣い
little
た記
area.
憶がない。
お前は何でも我慢して心に溜め込む悪い癖があるからな。
I love his big dramatic jump
メダカやオタマジャクシ捕まえたっけ。
for that like 2-foot gap.
水が気持ちよかったな。
As a kid, even a field feels endless. I mean, I feel like obviously that's what they're trying to represent. Hinako has this memory of getting lost
こ
in
ん
the
な状
field.
況なのに懐かしい思い出ばかり思い出す。
今ではどれも懐かしいな。
So she's reliving that fearful moment as a child.
辛くなったらいつでも泣けよ。
May not know your way back to your friend's house yet, or maybe it
俺
gets
が
dark.
絶対に相談に乗ってや
I
るから
mean, I had experiences like that when I was a kid.
ありがとう、相棒。
When I was like 11 or so, we had moved to a fairly rural town in Texas,
リンコのやつ無事だと
and there was a lot of woods, there's a lot of trees, and like the neighborhood that we lived in, like right at the very end of our little street, it just went into woods, and there was like miles of woods, and we had like roads and stuff going around, so it wasn't no chunk of woods was like massive where you could really get lost in it. But I mean, I was like 11, and one of the first things I did after we'd moved there, I was just like walking around the town trying to explore stuff and learn this new place that I live in. And I liked walking around in the woods near the house. And one time I went out there and I walked just to like go as far as I could. And I went pretty far. I wound up going like, I think it was like 3 miles. It fit for a 3-mile walk through the woods for like an 11-year-old was quite a lot. And it was dark by the time I realized like, oh, I need to like get back home, and it's getting dark, and how long it took me to get that far and how long it was going to take me to get back. So I was like, oh, it's going to be very dark. And I was like not prepared for that. I didn't have like a flashlight or anything like that. So I was in this panicked, like trying to figure out what direction in the woods to go, because it would have been faster for me to get to one of the like highways that cuts through rather than go all the way back through the woods back to my neighborhood. And I can remember that was pretty fucking scary. Trying to get through really dark woods while it's getting darker and darker every second. You're trying to like race against the sun. And eventually I did get to a road. I got to a road and I was able to find a payphone and call my mom and be like, I'm on the side of the highway about 3 miles away. Can you come get me? Yeah, that's especially Rachel. Just the woods in Texas are a dangerous place. There's a lot of dangerous snakes and creatures and spooters. But then eventually we lived there long enough that like I knew my way around all those woods. I'd go out and play in them all the time. I'd go play like paintball and stuff with my friends. But that first time wandering through and like and realizing it was getting dark and I didn't know exactly where I was. It was pretty scary. That kind of stuff definitely sticks with you, so I don't blame Hinako one bit. Ugh. Oh, you can see they've all got the faceless texture. Since technically any of these... Oh, I wonder if you can tell which one is the correct one by clipping into the face. Because if it's the wrong one, it'll attack you. And if it attacks you, you can fight it and its face can fall off. That would reveal this texture. Actually, do the faces come off on the Aya Kakashi? I know they do on the Kashimashi. Is this something we ever actually see in game? Ugh. Think they can fall off? No. Take off your face. Take off your face. Yeah. Take off your face. Damn it. Want to see if it's a thing. Maybe your weapon actually depends. Like, which weapon you use will change. He went that away. See, if I really want to clickbait people, this would need to be the thumbnail. Look at Hinako's face. Even she's like, damn. Why they make the scarecrows like this? Oh, can we see them moving? One of them is walking. Oh, I saw it move. Trying to see if there's a way we can manipulate this. Does the AI know where the camera is? It seems to know where the camera is. Even when I unlock the camera and move it around like this. It seems to know, like, what direction the camera's pointed. Because if I go back to the normal camera where it's facing away, you can see it starts moving again. See, we caught her moving, just turning the camera a little bit there. Can you adjust FOV? Not with this mod. One of those things I was able to do in the Silent Hill 2 remake version of this mod, but this one doesn't seem to have that feature. Beam saber. Zwing. Maximum PB. What else do I need? Insanity. Alright, so we're supposed to go this way. Let's just zoom our camera over there. We can see we've got... This is the next section for the puzzle that we're being directed to. Let's just zoom way out. Look at these fields going on forever. Or at least the extent to which they continue. It's just like all these little square chunks. And then if you go too far in any direction, in the wrong direction, it just sort of loops you back, teleports you back to this spot. Oh, but see, like, there's this group over here. Whoa, and there's floating heads. Oh. Interesting. The bodies and heads are like separate models so that they can swap them out based on the puzzle, maybe? Based on which version of the puzzle you're doing? Oh. This one's broken. This one's broken. You made a polygons. The polygons are broke. But the perfect, like, high resolution missing face textures under there. Well, maybe that should be the thumbnail. Is that the one that moves, maybe? No, I think these are just low poly versions of them that are placeholders until you get close enough to them to render in the, like, higher res model. We actually saw something similar in the Silent Hill 2 remake cam hack playthrough, where we kind of teleported around to Maria when we were further from her than we should have been. And we wound up having this, like, low poly version of Maria running around with us. Cool just kind of seeing how much of these fields are here. Because again, with all the fog everywhere and the way that they kind of loop you around on this section, there's a lot of ways they could have, like, faked the effect to make the area seem bigger than it actually is. But it actually is a pretty big damn area. Some assets sitting out of bounds as well. These little hay bales and things that, like, spawn into the environment. All the little racks where the rice is drying. All these things that they just move into place whenever you're at the region of the area that you're supposed to be in. Interesting. I like how you can see the weapon, like, glimmering through the fog.
またかかし
Also, I didn't really pay attention to it until seeing the floating heads next to those other Ayakakashi. But yeah, the way the masks have the, like, it's not quite like cord. I guess it is just kind of like string holding it on. Holding the mask in place. Cool effect. Cool visual detail. Using the cam hacks for this game, would you say Silent Hill 2 Remake is still better visually? It's kind of hard to compare. Because both games are kind of going for different visual styles. Silent Hill F is a little bit more stylized, whereas Silent Hill 2 Remake is a little more realistic in what it's going for. Both are very beautiful games with a lot of detail in the environments, characters. So it really is difficult to make like a fair comparison. So, I don't know. I don't know which one I would consider like better visually. They are both very good at achieving their intended visual style.
Doshite mata koko ni? Beam sabre.
get beamed. What happens if you attack the right one? I mean, even if it's the wrong one, they're not active until you actually interact with the scroll pinned to them. Pretty much nothing. Like this one. Pretty much any of these. Unless it's one of the ones that's already active and walking around whenever you turn your camera away. Or if you've already interacted with it and pulled the scroll out from it. Because otherwise you just don't really... You just swing right through them. Oh, I thought she was like sitting on this log. Kind of leaning against it. I was like, I don't remember seeing one sitting down on something. Oh, lost in the fog. Although, kind of want to see what happens here. Whoa, whoa.
どうして
Oh,
またここに
it like forcefully moved the camera, even with the cam hack, to reset Hinako's position. I was hoping I could get kind of a wide view, like a better perspective of Hinako like teleporting back to that starting point whenever you go the wrong way. But it moves the camera as well. It doesn't just move her. Oh, that's also why the model needs to have the no-face texture.
あれさっきのは
Because we get that little glimpse of it during that scene. So yeah, here, during gameplay, I would just kind of... You can see that there's like another Shu standing over there. Even though we're now with Shu over here in front of Rinko's house. But we can see this is just Shu from the previous cutscene when he ran up this way and then stops here. They just didn't remove Shu's model from this spot. That does not seem intentional. That seems like an oversight. Is Rinko hiding inside? Is Is Rinko's model actually in here? Also, we can look around inside of her house. There's more of it rendered than I thought there would be. Because you see this room when they're in there. And of course you see this area with the stairs. Very dark. I was curious if maybe they have Rinko's model actually sitting here waiting for us to activate this cutscene. Doesn't look like it, so she must spawn in. Can you catch her vanishing? No, WP Ninja, that's exactly what I was trying to see. That's exactly what I was trying to do. Once Hinako starts, like, you get to the edge of the fog, and then the game takes control away from you, and she starts moving on her own. Whenever the game, like, starts moving her on her own, it also resets the camera position. So even if I have the camera pulled way out somewhere else, once she's out of bounds in the fog area and it's resetting her, because it assumes control of her and the camera, so the camera just snaps back to her. You don't get to see the vanish happen. Something safety? Bearing safety is the machine translation I'm getting. Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Traffic safety. Because it's a little intersection where these farm trucks are all going past.
Oi! Rinko!
シュウが待ってる。行かなきゃ。
ひなこ、
リンコは
呼んでみよう。リンコ、俺だ、シュウだ。いるなら返事してくれ。
シュウ君、来てくれたんだ。あ、ひなこも無事でよかった。
怪我はないか？家族は？
私は大丈夫。でも誰もいないの。足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうるつき回ってるし、何が何だかわからないよ。
Hinako just like, yeah, don't mind me. He's slightly awkward.
これ以上ここにとどまるのは危険だ。町を出た方がいい。
町を出るって、お父さんやお母さんは、みんなは。
助けを呼ぶためにも今は行動を急いだ方がいいかもしれない。
みんなを見捨てるわけじゃない。助けるためにも一度脱出する必要があるんだ。
でも町を出るって言ってもあれじゃ無理だよ。
無理ってどういう意味だ？
そっちの窓から鉄橋が見えるよ。霧が濃くなければ。
嘘だろ。
鉄橋が
That damn water dragon.
どうしよう。
Or the space aliens.
東の鉄橋がダメなら西の県道を目指そう。
州の
Was
家
the
の
aliens.
裏山を抜けるのか。
Uchujin.
あの山越えられるの？
わさび田への道がある。うちだけの抜け道だ。リンコ、念のため薬や絆創膏を持っていきたい。
台所に救急箱あるよ。取ってくるね。
あ、私も一緒に行こう。手伝う。
相棒が一緒なら安心だ。
台所どこだっけ？
There are other tools out there. The one I know of is kind of sketchy and costs money, so I don't use it. But there are other tools out there that I've seen other people use to cam hack during cutscenes. So I've seen a wider view of this cutscene. And you don't actually see Rinko pushing Hinako. But this animation right here, where you see her legs on the stairs, her arms are like forward. Her arms are sort of outwards. It's just a shame this mod doesn't work with the cutscenes and stuff. Alright, new area of the Dark Shrine to look around.
一体
Do I prefer Fog or Dark World sections? In this game, Fog World. Ebisugaoka is so interesting as a setting, and in terms of environments. Dark Shrine is it's a little underwhelming. It's kind of boring. It's a little too repetitive. Like, I like the theme of it. I like the aesthetic of it. I love the shrine, you know, sort of corrupted temple feel of everything. But yeah, Dark Shrine to me is just not as interesting as Ebisugaoka. Like, when we're going down the town streets, we're looking at all kinds of little details. There's all this junk kind of scattered around in the environment. There's little boxes with writing on them that we can look at and translate. There's signs on posts. There's houses and buildings that we can, like, kind of clip into and look around. There's a lot of varying architecture, so, like, visually, it's just more interesting. Here, it's like, I don't know, what are we going to look at? The lamp? That little fire effect. That's kind of neat, I guess. But if this was like a little section of the fog world of Ebisugaoka, there'd be like 100 things around here. Little signs, little objects, just assets and things everywhere to kind of look at and focus on. Here it's Dark Shrine is just kind of like, okay, it's a temple floating out in the water with a bunch of rocks. And it's cool, it's creepy. I'm not hating on it. I just think the town is much more interesting. There he is. Zoom. Flashbang. Descending. Super Saiyan. And he's
もう
gone.
少し待っててくれてもいいのに。
That's a good angle. Seeing him walk into there and just poof. Shrine areas aren't exactly eye candy. I mean, there's individual little rooms and parts of it that are kind of interesting. Like there's this section of the Dark Shrine actually has like paintings and the little storage rooms. There's boxes with arms in them that I can't wait to look inside every single one of them. So there is some stuff here, but yeah, most of the Dark Shrine is kind of like just these walkways. It's cool. It's pretty. It definitely fits thematically. There's just less to look at. The stuff there is to look at is all kind of samey. Like this little, when Hinako walks over here and she's like, oh, is that a stage? I have this like middle stage section, and you can see it's like completely detached from everything else. There's no little walkways or bridges or anything else connecting to this middle part. Although you do eventually walk on this little section here in a later Dark Shrine segment. It's not here. Not this time around. But see, now we get into some rooms and some boxes and drawers and shelves and objects to look at. Things with writing. Yeah, Jado Kingu. Unfortunately, a lot of it is going to be Hindagana that we cannot actually translate or read as easily. Yeah, even a lot of native Japanese speakers have trouble with Hindagana. Old style of writing. We'll have to get a Japanese historian expert help us out with some of that. What is that? What are those markings? Box. See, when I'm looking at these types of stylized characters, the older writing Hendagana, I can't even necessarily tell like which way is up. The characters are so drastically different. Oh, there's one of the fox masks up here on the shelf. Even the notes were harder to read in this section in Japanese. Or are they like formatted? Like old Japanese? Yeah, it's not like modern. It's a bit, the English equivalent would be kind of like reading original Shakespeare, where it's like, it's in English, but there's a lot of verbiage and grammar that is very, very different compared to modern English. A lot of words that we don't really use anymore. So if you're not familiar with it and like how to read it, it can be a bit of a struggle to know like what is being said. Where art thou? It's kind of similar in if you watch like classic samurai movies, like black and white samurai movies, where everyone is kind of speaking in the time period dialect. Very different the way people speak. More in a more modern way.
早く行かなきゃ。
Like reading A Clockwork Orange, you have to have a glossary. Yeah, kinda. I don't know why I keep picking up items like I have inventory space. Watched a lot of samurai stuff. In general, decent with the samurai talk. Still struggled with some of these notes though. Shogun and things like that. Degozaru equals des. Pretty much anyway. Yeah, a lot of that. I'd be completely lost on. Okay, this is the arm box. Gasp. Oh, there is a whole fucking arm in there too. Not just the hand part that you can see. Now, is there arms in any of these other boxes? Are there arms? Yeah, I can't even speak English correctly. Might even be Hinako's actual arm from her model. It kind of looks like it. It kind of looks like it, to be honest. It's probably the exact same arm that they used during the ritual cutscene. When they carry off her human arm and then bring her the box with the fox arm. Lily Shakespeare was Edwardian English. Actual Old English is completely unintelligible to modern. True, true. I'm just trying to say, like, for comparison, the same way with English, how we've got modern English, we've got, like, slightly older Edwardian English, we've got actual old English, going back even further. Japanese is similar, where there's different eras going back through history where there were pretty significant changes to the words, the characters, the writing style. Oh yeah, it can be difficult to understand unless you really are like into linguistic history. Like, I took a little bit of Latin in school and I barely remember any of it. Although for a project, I did translate the lyrics of One Winged Angel from Final Fantasy VII, because that was one of our assignments, was to, like, find Latin that's used in, like, modern media. And I was like, all right, One Winged Angel. And then try to translate it. Don't remember much of it. Estuans infernies ira vehementi Sephiroth. Sang Cruel Angel's thesis in English at karaoke once. It was horrendous. I have video of me singing Daikenkai by Desro, which is from a lot of, like, music and rhythm games, Dance Dance Revolution and Beatmania, a lot of Konami rhythm game stuff. From the first time I went to Japan. This is like karaoke video from like 2007. Should release that video as like a sub goal. But it is embarrassing. Because if you think my Japanese is bad now, it was even worse 18 years ago. and Daikenkai is a rap song. It's fast. It's fast with a lot of like alliteration. So that karaoke session was pretty bad. But it was fun. It was fun. And it's a very good memory for me. That's what karaoke is really about. Not about being a perfect singer. It's about hanging out with your friends, having fun, having some drinks, having some snacks, and singing some songs, whether you know them or not. And my singing was also terrible. Because this was 2007, I had only really just... Like, I'd been playing piano and guitar, but I wasn't, like, working as a musician yet. I didn't really start that until several years later. And by that point, like once I started working as a session musician, I started training my voice and actually like singing and practicing my voice as an instrument the same way I did with guitar and piano and everything. But before that, my singing was pretty fucking bad. I'm still not a great singer. I've got a pretty limited vocal range. But I'm a lot better now than I was 20 years ago. Miss karaoke in Japan? Karaoke? Karaoke tanoshii. You sang Country Roads in Chinese? Oh, that's always the best when you go to karaoke and it's like an English song, but it's converted into like Chinese or Japanese, like a different language. And you're trying to sing it. It's cheap on weekdays. At one point you were doing multiple hours, a few days a week. I mean, it's a fun thing to do in Japan. It's a good way to like get off your feet for a while. If you've been walking around, which if you're in Japan, you've been walking around for a while. So it's a nice way to kind of like stop, take a break. Like I said, have some drinks, have some snacks. Just kind of do something fun for a while. Most of them are open pretty late, so it's also something to do like towards the end of the night. And of course, me and my friend group were all weebs, so karaoke night was pretty much always just like anime themes. All anime themes. Chala, chala. These I wanted to see. These paintings of the women a bit closer. But yeah, the writing and Agana. And it's like kind of blurry and smudged on top of that. That's going to be rough trying to translate. We need some real experts. I do love like kind of the symbolism of this. Like multiple generations, these different women kind of becoming more and more modern leading up to Hinako's outfit, school outfit. Modern in the sense of the game's timeline, anyway. Why are my alerts not playing right? Adana, thank you so much for the 11 months. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. First time you met Keiko's older brother, it was for karaoke, so you were feeling really tense and taking it a bit serious. That's so funny. I did the same thing. The first time I met Rachel's friends, when I first moved here to Georgia, and I was meeting, because I'd known them online and stuff, but this was our first time like meeting in person. And we were playing Rock Band. It was a Halloween party. We were playing Rock Band. Don't believe him. That's the machine translation there. Don't trust him. Don't believe him. Close enough. But yeah, we were having a Halloween party. And playing some Rock Band. And I was taking it way too seriously. Singing my heart out, giving it my all. Like I was back in the studio fucking recording something. And I can remember getting through a song and Rachel like telling her friends like, yeah, he does this for a job. Company took you all to KTV for the annual dinner once. It's where our New Year's bonuses that year reflected our singing ability. Maybe. Maybe. In that case, you should take it seriously. Give it your all. Yatsu wo shinjiru na. Yatsu wo shinjiru na. That makes sense. Don't believe him. Because, like, I know, again, phrases and the bit of vocabulary that I do know. Like, shinjinai de would be, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The Naginata. Does the game actually force us to pick this up? No good, it won't budge. I guess, yeah, it locks you into this room until you pick this up. Only after you grab it does this door open back up for you. I wonder what teleporting out of this room would do. I have so many things that I want to try on a later playthrough. I don't really want to do it now because if I break the game, it can mess up the save file. And I'd have to start the run all over. But there's a lot of these little sequence break moments where I'm like, I wonder if I just teleport through this room without the key, or like teleport out of there without the Naginata, like what the game will do if it lets me do that. Kind of a cool shot. See, there are some really pretty visuals in the Dark Shrine. I like these shots of like the lanterns in the water. With just the fog kind of moving over the surface of the water. Stuff is not rendered in over there the way it should be, because this is going to be where we fight Sakuko. Day is actually a request, so that's more like telling someone, please don't believe it. Injirare nai is more like, I can't believe it. Ah, okay. Thank you for the correction. Anytime you go to Japan, you can read a ton of stuff like signs and menus, but have no clue what people are saying. I tend to have the opposite problem. I struggle a lot more with like reading and writing. If I'm listening to someone speak or like listening to a conversation, I can usually pick up enough vocabulary like to figure out what's being said through context.
Sakuko?
But I have a harder time reading and writing. Hey, Mom. Thank you for the 50 months, Mom. Love you. Miss you. Hope you're doing well. You speak and read Chinese? Kanji's derived from Chinese Hanzi, yeah. They can read a lot in Japan. That makes sense. Yeah, Japanese for me was like the first language outside of English being my native language that I really tried to learn, put effort into learning. Because I don't really know any other languages. I know like the tiniest little bit of Spanish and a few like random words from other languages, but barely anything. So much old writing. Can't really translate. That even Google Lens is no help. Let me try to find one of these ones that's like a little bit more clear than the others. This one's not bad. And see if Google tells me anything. Yeah, so like Google Lens doesn't even give anything for the top character, and it translates the bottom character as law. Probably not correct. I mean, it could be, but probably not. I wouldn't trust it. Shimizu family.
これうちのこと？
こっちこっちこっちだよひなこ
咲子？咲子なの？どこ？
All right, Jado Kingu. Read this book to me. Where's my experts? Somebody out there can read this. I like how there is like the faint stamp, like the seal on there. It's extremely low res, potentially archaic handwriting. I mean, yes, and yes. It's both low res and very archaic handwriting. Hey, Ghosty like. Did I ever play White Day? I did not. I've watched people play it. Some of my friends, fellow streamers. But I've never played it myself. I have it. One of those ones that I could play at some point. Could play at some point, but at the same time, I don't know. People don't usually care when I play something that's not Silent Hill. So in terms of like streams and YouTube videos, I don't do it very often. Even stuff that I feel like would be similar or relevant enough, does very poorly in terms of views. So a lot of times I just kind of play those games on my own whenever I feel like it. I don't really stream them. Like, because even like Chronos, I figured a lot of people would be super into seeing me play Chronos after Silent Hill 2 Remake, and that was like Bloober Team's next big game. And people were just not super interested. And it was a really good game. I wound up liking it. The ending fell a little flat for me, but it was really interesting. Is it horror? It is. It is like very classic survival horror where you've got crafting and limited ammo and... But yeah, it's like sci-fi survival horror. Very, very Resident Evil-esque. The way the inventory is limited, the way the upgrades and stuff work. One of those games that I was excited for. I thought a lot of people would be super into. Not so much. I said I liked it. I guess that's all that really matters. And some people did watch it and like watching me stream it, but not anywhere near the amount of people who like watch and engage with Silent Hill streams and videos. Sir Il Palazzo. Hail Il Palazzo. Where's my Excel Saga fans? Thank you for the raid. Gotta raid and run because I don't want to spoil myself more, but I hope this is all going good. Yeah, I completely understand. Don't spoil yourself. This game is pretty good. And definitely worth experiencing without spoilers as much as you can. But thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Interesting symbols. Oh, it's like a depiction of this. The jade titty. Awesome to be excited for a fully new Silent Hill again. Oh yeah. It's nice just being in... We're in a timeline where we're getting Silent Hill games again. And they're not all complete dog shit. It's a miracle. Never would have thought that the series would return as strongly as it has. The Stone Orb. Oh, come on. I even waited. spawning sections are kind of funny when you have auto counter equipped. Yeah. I need to get away from here, but not before asserting dominance. Definitely need to smack these monsters around, let them know who's boss, and then run. I don't have room for items. Guess I have room for a divine water. Oh yeah. Sakuko's out here. Model's just chilling, waiting for us. Oh, look, that like inside of her hands are all bloody. Got to admire the model and design. I mean, we did get a look at her model earlier, even before this point. Because during the segment of the game when you're going to Rinko's house, if you go to Sakuko's shrine on New Game Plus, you can see her silhouette in the shrine, like doing a dance. And if you cam hack and go inside of the temple, her model is actually there to create the silhouette. So we did get a look at her model earlier. Wonder why she has a hole in her. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting symbolism with the creatures, because we see like the hole in the chest of the sort of dog-like ones, the ones that are blind, that hear you. And then we have Sakuko, and it's like a very specific shape. Almost kind of keyhole shaped, or gourd shaped. The hole left after Hinako left her. It's an interesting interpretation. It's a coin slot for 500 yen. Oops. Not trying to look anywhere we shouldn't. Just looking at the character model details. Oh. Once we actually go through the door, He changes to this position. The chain from her weapon is like just hanging below. Such a great boss design. Was frustrating as hell on hard difficulty. Can't wait to eventually do the Lost in the Fog difficulty and be stuck on this fight for hours. I mean, maybe it won't be so bad now that I'm more used to the combat mechanics. And I'll have all the Omamori and upgrades and stuff, but that's a playthrough for another time. I definitely wasn't going to bother with Lost in the Fog for the cam hack playthrough, where I'm focused on just looking at stuff. Did she rip your tongue out or part of your jaw? Always wondered what that was. Oh, good point. We could probably take a death just to see that animation. And get a better look at it with the camera.
Sakuko.
Hinako.
Splat. Oh, that's a cool action shot. See the sleeve like fanning all the way out. Three-hitter? No, she doesn't do the full combo on story difficulty. Sakuko's... this fight is so different between story and hard. She doesn't use, like, the same moves and combos. Like, this first one will hit, but... I got hit by the second one. I think technically I could have dodged it. Does the chime have bells rendered inside? It does. It does. There they are. Right at the base of it. We saw this when we looked at her character model during the shrine dance silhouette sequence before Rinko's house, that whole section of the game. Because her model is actually in the shrine when you see the silhouette, like, to create the silhouette effect. So you get to see her model before this part of the game with a cam hack. We're gonna let Sakuko win. Unless auto counter kills her. That would be so funny if you could stand here and do nothing and win the fight just from auto counters. Nom nom nom. Ew. Little closer look at this animation. The little face tendrils gripping onto Hinako's face. Let's get a Sadako. I was gonna call her Sadako because that's what someone in chat called her. Sakuko. Sakuko POV. Saw tongue for a sec? Yeah, you saw Hinako's tongue. Because you can clip into characters' faces and they're like eyeballs and teeth and tongue are just there. Because that's how 3D models in games work most of the time. Yeah, see if we look from this perspective, from inside of Hinako's face, there's her eyes, there's her mouth, the tongue, the teeth. Hinako has been saved. Wedding cancelled. Can't get married if you're dead. There's too many moments in today's stream where I'm like, oh, this would make a good thumbnail. That Hinako face. Yeah, we're gonna die to the hug attack. We're gonna take a couple deaths here. Intentionally. So that we can kind of look at it.
Sakuko!
In fact, I can just let the fight play out. And we'll just let auto counters do their thing while we look around. Grab attack. Grab attack. Grab attack. Do your grab attack. Do it. Wow, we're already in phase 2. Off of like just auto counters. Oops, sorry Hinako. I'm not trying to look there. I'm trying to look at your face. Trying to see what kind of face you're making when you're getting stunned by Sakuko. I also want to see what happens when she does the teleport here. Yeah, so like at this point her character model's already moved. But it hasn't actually shown up yet. So there's like a moment where she's not there at all. A very glowy Sakuko. Oh, and we saw the teleport. Our poof out of existence. Oh. And we're dead. Just falls down like holding her head.
Sakuko?
Alright, let's try to die to the grab this time. I might have to take off auto counters for this fight. At least switch over to the knife so I'm not doing as much damage. Okay, well we got the grab attack. We need to actually die to it. Alright, do it. Do it. Good thing. Hey! This should be enough to kill. I'm trying to see if there's actually like a moment of ripping something out of Hinako's face. Oh, there is. There is. It's not part of her actual model. It's just spawned in as part of the animation. But still. Ooh. The blood spurt. The very end. Sakuko got some snacks. But yeah, her jaw is like still there. Her tongue is still there. Something very funny about the limp, like, backwards falling animation. And Sakuko just keeps on eating it. Alright.
サクコどうして一体何なの
Bing. Oh, there's a face. There's a good face.
どうして戦わなくちゃいけないの
きなこが来る場所じゃない。
いい加減にしろお前はサクコじゃない
Sakukoじゃない
怪我はないか大丈夫だこれしき大した救急に律令のごとく行うがつきものの分際でここへ踏み入ろうとは愚かな
今のは
君についてきた汚れだろうもう失せた安心していい
Always love Kotoyuki just deleting Sakuko. And it's interesting to think about the implications of that,
汚れ
right?
がつくことは仕方がない払えばいいだけのことだ行こう
Because if we're going off of the reality of Hinako being at her wedding and having to like cut ties with her friends, with her family, and it's being represented through these moments of like Hinako killing off her friends, killing off her family.
この先は神聖な
In the
領域だ
drug ending, in the new game
私も
ending,
君も汚れ
it's
は
like
持ち
she's
込めない
literally killing them.
ここで
but
汚れを落とす
In every other ending, in all the other contexts, it seems more like it's just metaphorical for her severing ties with these people in her life, moving on to a new section of her life. A controlling hubby removing Hinako's friends from her. See, that's the way it seems like it's implied, is that like Kotoyuki is the one pushing for her to sever these ties. But then, depending on the ending that we go off of, it could also be that Kotoyuki is being puppeted by Inari-sama. And Sakuko could be a manifestation of the rival god. So it's just like the fox god, Inari, acting through Kotoyuki to exorcise this quote-unquote evil spirit, this spirit that's like belonging to the other deity. Was watching Salome's stream earlier, and now I have a lore question for you regarding Silent Hill 1. Oh yeah. I still need to catch up on Salome playing Silent Hill 1. I still haven't finished watching the VODs of her playing Silent Hill 2 Remake. Fox Mask acts like he cares for her, or am I reading that wrong? So, yes to all possibilities, Tinkerbell. This game leaves a lot of things open to interpretation, and the information changes based on the ending that you get. So in some endings, Kotoyuki doesn't actually love her. It's an arranged marriage, and he's being puppeted, controlled by a god, or is the god himself. But then in the true, quote-unquote, true ending, Hinako gets a letter from him where both of them agreed to not go through with the wedding because they were just being controlled by these outside gods and forces. But that in that letter, Kotoyuki says that he still cares for her, and Hinako's commentary on that letter says that she believes him, that like, I think he actually did love me, but they weren't sure of their feelings because of how much was being influenced from outside. Sorry if you can't hear me at all. I should probably turn the game audio down a little bit. It's fine. I don't want to mess with things.
Hinako! Oi! Shikkari shiro!
Ezio.
ドジだね。
Salome got to the big
あんた
Lisa
階段から落ちたんだよ。
cutscene, and eventually her cause of death came up in discussion. Some people were saying it was due to Valtiel, according to a prequel comic book.
引っ掛け
Yes.
て破いちゃったのかな。
That was in A
特に
Cage of
技はない
Cradle?
みたい
I
だ
think that's
痛むところはないか
that one.
大丈夫。それはよ
Tried
かった
looking for the panel where it happens, but I can't find it anywhere. That's because the actual artwork, like the panel for it, is lost media. The comic book itself is only like partially saved from when it came out, because the comic, there was not like a physical comic book.
こう
It was a digital comic book that was only available on Japanese cell phone services
私は
back
ちゃ
in
ん
the
と
day.
守ってよ。
That was the only way to
私ひなこみ
get
た
it.
いに強くないんだから。
So once that service
これから離れ
ended,
るな
nobody had access to the comic anymore. So only a handful of pages are
目指すは俺の家だ
known Like,
裏道から山を越え
Masahiro
天
Ito
道に出よう
posted a couple of the pages, which is how we have some of the
相
artwork,
棒はしんがりを
and a few people had
私はシュウ君の後ろにいる
screenshots and
ね
like
真ん中なら安心です
images saved from back then off of their phones and shit. So we have like bits and pieces of that comic book, but 90% of that comic book is lost media, which is why you can't find the panel for it. You'll have to go back in time
しんがりは引き受けた
and get a Japanese cell phone. I actually wrote up a whole part of my script. We're going to take a little moment to pause here. Because this is kind of an interesting subject. And for those who don't know, I'm working on a Silent Hill 1 iceberg video where I break down basically everything about Silent Hill 1, not just like all of these kinds of questions about characters and plot details and things like that regarding Silent Hill 1. Pretty much all of this is answered in the Silent Hill 1 iceberg video, including that comic book. So let me just pull up my script real quick. Cage of Cradle. Cage of Cradle is the name of the comic book. So this is what I wrote about it in the script. Again, this will be in my iceberg video coming out eventually. It takes me a long time to put these things together because it's a lot of research, it's a lot of editing, it's a lot of recording and re-recording, and yeah, it's a lot of work. But I've got a whole section about Lisa Garland and her connection to the cult. Back in 2006, Konami released a digital comic book only available for Japanese cell phones at the time titled Silent Hill Cage of Cradle, which was written by Hiroyuki Iwaku, the scenario writer for the original game, and illustrations provided by series artist Masahiro Ito. Cage of Cradle attempted to shed some light on Lisa's life before the events of the first game, focusing on her boyfriend Matthew, who was visiting Lisa in Silent Hill, but manages to end up in the other world, bearing witness to the birth of one of the cult's more recognizable deities of the cult's religion, Valtiel, who is featured most prominently in Silent Hill 3. Matthew and Lisa both meet their unfortunate ends as a more direct result of the cult and the other world, but many of the details of the comic are fuzzy. Because of the nature of Cage of Cradle being a long discontinued digital-only comic book that was only available on Japanese cell phones, the comic in its entirety is not available anywhere. A few pages have been archived by fans and circulated the internet over the years, but much of it is still missing. According to Masahiro Ito, he made the original illustrations on full A4 standard size paper, just a tiny bit larger than the more common 8.5 by 11 printer paper, and that he's still in possession of all the original artwork for Cage of Cradle, but states, however, that it's not his decision, but Konami's, to re-release the comic in any form, as they own the rights. Konami, of course, has seemingly showed no interest and given no implication that they would ever do this, at least as of the time of this video's creation. So that's what my script on the Silent Hill iceberg talking about this very subject. So there you go. You get a little preview into my Silent Hill 1 iceberg video talking about Cage of Cradle. My cat's is making a very strange noise, so I'm going to be right back actually. Okay, sorry about that. Had to go and check on the kitty cats, make sure they were all good. Our cats, sometimes they can just be doing very mundane things, but sound like they're in distress. And one of our cats, Vinny, sometimes when he's like grooming himself, he makes these really weird wheezing sounds. And I just needed to go check and make sure my cat wasn't like choking to death behind me. Because I swear sometimes it sounds like that. And then he's fine. He's fine. He's just weird. Makes weird ass fucking noises. The too fat to reach noises, it is 100% that. He's old and round. So he makes some strange noises. Just like me. Old and round. And making strange noises. But this is a good stopping point anyway. Getting through the Dark Shrine back to the Fog World. So we will go ahead and call it here for tonight. Whoa, why is OBS lagging? Whoa, my game. Apparently my computer cannot handle Silent Hill F at max graphics and OBS at the same time. Yeah, it instantly got better. Audio got glitchy. Yeah, my OBS encoding got overloaded. It was a little too much on my CPU. You know, there's not that big of a difference. There's not that big of a difference in the visuals on maximum compared to like medium. So I'll probably bump those settings back down when we continue this tomorrow. Failed your Pikachu hunt this stream? That's okay, Jado Kingu. I know you'll get it. I'm sure you'll get that Pikachu. And it'll be during one of my streams. Just watch. Just watch. But thank you all so much for coming by, hanging out, joining me for another night of Silent Hill F Cam Hack. I'm looking forward to doing much, much more of this. There's still so many cool moments and details and things in this game that I can't wait to get to and look at. But yeah, I really appreciate you all being here to join me for it. Let's see if we can go and find somebody to raid tonight. My boy Maxi Lobes is also playing some Silent Hill F. So I think we're gonna go just raid Maxi. He's follower or subscriber only right now? What the heck? Oh, he's working on his submissions for Awesome Games Done Quick. Because they opened up a second round of submissions for games that came out more recently. And since Silent Hill F is a much more recent game, it's part of that second submission period. So Maxi is doing some Silent Hill F speedruns to hopefully get a chance to show off the speedrun for Silent Hill F at the next Awesome Games Done Quick. So definitely go wish him some luck. It can be difficult doing runs of this game, and it can be difficult getting a submission accepted, but Maxie's a legend. He's been at a ton of Games Done Quick events, so if anybody can do it, I'm sure Maxie will. But yeah, go show him some love. The dude is amazing. Very good friend of mine. Definitely worth following, subscribing, supporting. And I'll see y'all tomorrow for some more Silent Hill F cam hack. So, till then, be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. Much love. Peace.